Good afternoon. The 23rd of June, Tuesday afternoon at 1700 Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal for the Globex session. I'm investigating if there's interesting trade opportunities for the opening range breakouts on the Globex here now. And then Asia Open, which is at 1900. This is my virtual trading journal. I capture everything on my primary screens here in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment, and that gives me a complete journal, fully accountable and transparent. I only take live trades, bookmap, in the real market, never any replay or any rearview mirror analysis or videos. So there you go. And we've just opened the RTA or the Globex session here, and I suppose we're gonna get some sell-off. Weirdest day today. We had a big range and no initial balance taken, so we closed inside, which has not happened on a Tuesday in more than a year. So, also it's important to note that I'm not. This is not for financial or trade advice. I'm not licensed to do that. And there's a disclaimer in the description here, but I do trade live in the real market, and this is my trading journal. So live trades are recorded here, and that's that, taken and managed and recorded. So there you go. Quite an interesting day. Here was yesterday. Here was today. This was last night, big sell-off. Here was today, and never could get either one of the IBs. Here's where we closed, and this is where we're opening. So here we go. Let's see what's going to happen here. I'm focusing here on the opening range breakout based on a 1 hour opening range, just like the IB during the RTH session, but in this case it's this is the Globex. And let's get Blue Boy on the job up here. This is my indicator that I put on the first print of every session. That way, when I glance left, if I see this blue line, I know I have the first print, and this is the current inside market, so I have the entire session in view. And that's real important to me from a context standpoint. This is the blue boy here. Let's see, what else do we have going on here? Trump was talking into the close, so I think I don't think that might have ended well. That press thing he was involved with. I saw some polls collapsed or something. Some headline about polls collapsed in Pennsylvania, and he ended the conference and took off. Alan Greenspan passed away yesterday, in case you don't know that, and Tulsi Gabbard is, I don't know, doing some weird thing, they said. Who knows? They're all up to something weird, that's for sure. So a quick way to see an overview of this effort here is this is where we are. This would be the opening range low, opening range high. So the high was put in first so far until this comes up and exceeds this. Then the dynamic will change. Best viewed, I think, here on TradingView with these indicators from Edgeful. There we are. And here we go. So we're just off to a start, right? We'll just see where we're going to go with this with this thing, and I'll get the data mining tool opened up. Well, there you are. 55% no break, 41% single break, and 2.6% double break. Of the, oops, wrong one. Yeah, I'm on the initial balance. I'm sorry. Let's get over here to the opening range. Don't know why I missed that, sorry. Similar idea, however. Breakouts, breakdowns, double breaks, no break. How could they be different, huh? That's something I always ask myself. MES, 3 years. Let's get down to something a little more the usual, kind of. What we're going to be most interested in here is the rejection based on which level forms first. If the high forms first, this is what we're looking at. If the low forms first, this is what we're looking at. And we've got to change a couple of custom settings here. First of all, we got to look at Wednesday because this is Wednesday's trade now. And all days because we don't know the ending zone. So here we go. And I'll point out that all day yesterday, or this last RTH session, there was a 72% probability that we would break the IB high. And there was a 0% probability over back 2 years, if I remember, that we would not take either the IB high or the IB low, which of course happened. So at the moment, the IB low is formed first. Why do I say that? Because we just put in a new IB high right here, ORB high right here. So the ORB low was put in first. So we'll throw that on here. I'll build these indicators when it looks like I'm going to actually do this on a regular basis. Continuing. I have them for the opening, for the initial balance during the RTH session. They push automatically from bookmap to bookmap from IRT. From this right here, they push from here. These values. Those values will push over to bookmap. But now we're here, right? So we'll see where we go. Excuse me. And let's look at TradingView, which is without a doubt the easiest way to visualize this. So we've got an 8.25 point range so far. Quite obviously, the overnight or the opening range low was put in first. And here we go. Now we're ticking up to, these are the 25, 50, and 25 or 75 handles or levels, the zones. Each one of these is 25% of the opening range, IB range total. And the range was like 60 points or something crazy. Well, now the dynamic has just changed because we put in a new low. So at this point now, the IB high becomes the first level. Formed first, the first formed level. Well, I know something that's probably important. Probably better be able to trade with Bookmap. In order to do that, I've got to activate the trade control panel here. Select a account, in this case Lucid, 5 contracts. Now I can close that, get the real estate back, and I have cancel and close up here and all the metrics. I need to make sure that I've got everything else set up. The reason I'm using these Lucid accounts is because I needed to de-risk from my AMP live account in order to test this hedge idea. And this way I can still maintain, where am I going here? Entity strike. I can maintain the same kind of size, but be de-risk completely, essentially, and it just keeps going. I'm going to leave it alone. Be de-risk, essentially, and be able to still profit. So it's return on investment, and from a risk management point of view, it's only makes sense to me. And we keep selling them down. Now, bear in mind the initial balance low from earlier. It's 74.15. Not saying that's where we're going, but you know, you never know. this is kind of an interesting proposal here, but this is the way it's got to be traded according to the statistics. If I'm going to trade by data, which is the idea. Well, we're almost to the first 30 minutes here, so let's see what we see. I would say we're probably going to push them lower, that's my guess. But I would not be at all surprised if we don't come down and take out the IB from today on the low side. Even though the 100% probability was to take out the upper IB based on the data. So, pretty crazy day. I think there's just too much uncertainty in the wind, and it's not getting any better, I don't believe. If we've got everything working right here. Looks like so. So let's start to look at this data. We've flipped over 30 minutes now, halfway through the opening range. Clearly, even here on Bookmap, it's easy to see that the high was formed first and then the low. A couple of 3 taps down here on the low side. Let's look at the data. In TradingView, we can confirm that that's what we've got. High, low, got about a 15-16 handle range, so each one of these zones is about 4 points. That's pretty narrow so far. Let's look at the data now. We have the correct session, ticker, 6 months, look back. I used to always use 3 or 5 years, 500 days, whatever. And then somebody pointed out to me, well, with this current real random volatile environment, politically, geopolitically, do I think that a trade set up and stuff that worked 5 years ago or 500 days ago would be working today? I don't think so. It made sense to me, so I'm looking closer in to try to get some sort of a more applicable, narrower but more accurate view of such crazy volatility with the geopolitical situation now that the hell knows. Anyway, make sure that I've got none of these customs out of whack. We're on Wednesday. We don't have the ending zone. So with the IB high formed first, there's a 8% probability we're going to break the IB high first, which doesn't make any sense to me. But that's what the data shows. Now, not a lot of frequency, but that's what the data shows. And we've just pushed the IB low lower. I mean, the ORB lower. So I'm going to let this form up a little more until I see what the hell is going on, because that doesn't make any frickin' sense. Does it? No, it just keeps going lower too. I'm not going to try to chase it over here with the blue line. We'll just let it develop. Watch it, of course. And here's our lows. So are they going to get it down to this IB? This strategy doesn't allow for front running or discretionary trading. It's based on data. When we take the statistic and then we retrace to one of these zones and go that way. And that's how I'm going to do it. Unfortunately, that's what I did today, and we never took an IB. I never had a trade set up or a trigger. So there you go. So we need to wait a bit here until this quits selling off, and I don't know how long that's going to be. And yeah, if if you're discretionary trading with discretionary only or discretionarily trading, there's a high. Didn't get as high, you got short, and aren't you happy with yourself? Absolutely. And back to the, here is the open for the RTH session today, and this is where we just were hovering when we closed. You can see that right here. Just hovering right around here. And here we are again. I would suspect I'm going to take that IB low, but just don't ask me why, just do. This makes no sense to me, strategically, or I believe the statistics, but typically when the high is formed first, the low is the first to break. In this case, like right here, the lows formed first, the high is the first to break. For some reason, this is indicating that if the high is formed first in 6 months on this thing, this day, in this zone, in this, let's check something here. Let's watch this, and let's go to the Chicago Globex, which these should be identical. One's looking at Asia +9, one's looking at -5, should be identical. But you see the difference. So something is up. That makes sense to me. Let's do it again. Let's go back to Asia. Something's very wrong there. I don't know what, but that's not good. That makes perfect sense. Well, that's fine. How do you do? And we continue to sell down towards the IB. I've got to look into how that can be possible. Well, that is certainly weird. Let's see what happens if we look at the ETH, which is from 1700 to 830. Let's see what happens over here. Again, the other way. Well, I can safely say I am perplexed here. I've got to get back to their help and show them this and just have them explain to me exactly why this is happening. I mean, I'm making trading decisions on this stuff, so it's important. Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's my virtual trading journal. Like and subscribe. Definitely drop something in the chat. Got 20 minutes to the top of this opening range breakout. Huh. That is pretty flippin' weird. See what this does. This is one of Edgeful's. It isn't 6 p.m. yet, but okay. Oh, yeah, it is. This is Eastern Standard. Well, that is really strange. I'll have to think about how to address that to their support. I've gone back and forth with this guy a few times, and I'm going to do it again. That is just not a good thing. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this meaningfully. Boy, that's weird. I wonder if the difference is, let's see something here. So there's Chicago on a Wednesday. Let's see what happens if I move Chicago to a Tuesday with Chicago time. That doesn't make sense because this is definitely Wednesday's trade. Still relatively the same. And if I change, hold on. And if I change this to Asia, flips it the other way completely. So somebody needs to explain to me why this is happening. Because that's a whole lot of no good there. I mean, that's a huge difference in probability, meaning i.e. trades. Direction. That is pretty disappointing. That is pretty darn weird. I'd really like to be able to have values here too. I'm surprised that doesn't work. Excuse me. These indicators here are free or included with your Edgeful subscription. All of these indicators. So that's pretty handy. And I'd never used TradingView before, but it's real handy, I have to admit. Much more so than my IRT, and much more inclusive than Bookmap. I mean, Bookmap's dedicated purpose, but this is real simple. I don't see any options here to put a price on these. I'd like to have a price on these zones and a price on the high and the low. This would make sense to me. But I don't see that in this, I don't see those options in this opening range breakout strategy. Labels on price scale, I don't see that either. I don't know why. I don't see any labels for these things on the price scale. I guess the low is labeled, but. All right, anyway. Let's start setting up for the hedge in case I think about actually doing this. This whole thing with the time zones got me on my back foot, absolutely. So this is very definitely correct. 17 to 18 is the opening range breakout, Central Standard Time. So that's exactly what I've got here. Where is it? Here. 5 to 7. And unfortunately, they don't use military time, but you get the point. As the range, and the opening range is from 5 to 6. So here we have it. This is 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. and the opening range is 60 minutes. So that's exactly correct. How this can be that so different. All else things being equal. Huh. Now if I go to Asia, 7 p.m. where'd it go? 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. It's the same exact thing as this right here. Well, wherever it went, is this right here. I think. So let's go to Asia, which is +9, and that's Tokyo. We'll look over here. We got 10 minutes. Okay, we can do that. We'll look over here, and we'll go to Tokyo, which is +9. Tokyo, +9. Oh. Notice nothing jumped, nothing did anything weird. What happened? Oh. We have 7 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday. We have, at this moment, 7:50. It's going to be 8 o'clock Wednesday. So, we go back here. There's Wednesday. And there's, hold on, nobody move. 7 o'clock a.m. to 9 o'clock a.m. Wednesday, this is what it says is going to happen. Completely opposite to what I'm expecting. But the time zone is right. Correct. Chicago. All that's happening is it's changing the timeline. There's 1700 and there's 1800, so that's correct. Damn. That's weird. Something's happening different to the Edgeful data, however. This makes sense to me because typically, with all the other Edgeful reports that I've been using, if the highs form first, the logical and most probable first break is always low until you sometimes put in this orb ending zone. So I'm pretty disappointed about what this is all about. And if you just want to look at that stuff, that would make sense. Anyway, we're about ready to be set here, so let's get down to Electric Avenue. Okay, so we've got 52 quarter and 29. Let's get over here to the hedge story and we'll go 74.52 quarter and 74.29 was it? 23.5 zone. Let's check. Yeah, that's 23.25. Wait a minute. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here are the zones, and I'll start putting those in here. Yeah, might as well. So it's 46.5. $40.75. And $34.75. There we go. So now we've got our percentage zones and our high and our low in there, and we can see what the ending unit is going to be, and perhaps put on a risk neutral hedged trade here. I don't know. I'm pretty disappointed about that time zone thing. I hope I'm not making a stupid mistake here, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. The way we will assign the percentages here, which is 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50, 75, 75, 100, are as follows. Opposite the first formed level for the orb, which is the high, you go 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50, 75, 75, 100. And the way that you determine which of these zones is the closing zone is based on the closing price of the last bar to close within the IB zone, or the first 1 hour. So whichever one of these here closes within the first 1 hour. If it's up here, it's 25 to 50. If it's down here, it's 0 to 25. That's the set. And this will be the candle, because the next one is going to open inside the IB, but it'll close outside. It really has me That's pretty weird. At the moment, we would be, if you want to look at Bookmap, we would be closing in the 25 to 50 zone, because that's where our close is, just above the 25. Now, if they drop down here, just on the close of that 5-minute bar, there you go. I'm going to grab some tea and I'll be right back. Okay. We still don't have I thought I had a bar clock around here somewhere. Countdown clock or something. I'm sure there's this thing that does that somewhere. Where isn't there a time something or other here? Oh, there, I think that's the counter right there. Or no, maybe that's price. Okay. Never mind. Not that it matters, but as soon as this bar closes, then that will be the closing or the ending zone. That will determine the ending zone, and then we'll be able to set that up and move forward with the possibility of trading or not. And when it sets, when the IB sets, the dashboard will show the whole IB and whether what level was formed first and has it been broken or not, and et cetera, et cetera. Now it's been set because you see price just showed up, and there we have the high was put in first. No, nothing's been broken out, so there's the prices. $74.29, 52.25, and this is right on the money there. That's pretty weird. It's right on the percentage. So I'm going to say that it is 0 to 25. Do you see what I mean? It's right on the 25% line, and that's the closing bar. So let's jump back over here and let's go customize, and let's go 0 to 25. Okay. And there we have it. Now, completely change. You notice this is 100% probability we're going to break the low first. Wow, that's pretty weird. And then there would be the possibility of a retrace. So this is where you have to start thinking if you're going to gamble on a front run, and that would just be 4 handles there, so that's not very good. This would be 6 or 5. I don't think the correct way to use the tool is not to gamble, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. So let's say we're going to take the IB lows 100%, and that's probably pretty true, and that fits into my thesis about the initial balance low and all those things. I didn't get in up here somewhere, and I'm not going to. It's only 5 handles. 4. Well, anyway, let's move on. Oh, that's good. Oh, what am I doing here? Let's get over. Here's what I'm. Come on, bitch. Let's get over here. Here's what I'm talking about. There's only 5 handles here, right? 34.29, and we're trading right here now. With 100% probability, if you're front running this, you'll be getting short looking down here. The opposite way that Edgeful says to originally approach this is to next go to the retracements. So assuming that we break the low is 100% probability, there's a 43% probability we will retrace to the 25 zone, and 25% will go to the 50. What does that mean? That means that we break low, we retrace back to 25, or 25% we get to the 50. So what I usually try to do is interpolate in the middle here and get short up around the IB, for example, or this VWAP. looking down here. Now, don't forget, oh, we have, yeah, it is set. So the IB is set. If we come down here and take it out, the orb has been satisfied. And this would have been maybe an opportunity to front run, but I think that that's more of that's not necessarily a data driven trade. Now we'll see if we get the retrace and then the carry on. Let's see what happens. And I'll be pissed if there we go. So there's the IB low, or ORB low. Now, will it retrace and we get on a short? Or the other way that you can trade this is if it's a rotational day, not directional, there's a 43% probability that if you went long down here for mean reversion, you're going to get to the 25 handle, 25% zone. Right now, I'm looking for the replay to that, a retrace to the 25%, and then to get short. But you see where I screwed up, because there is the move. In my opinion, that's news. But it would have been lovely to have been front running that level. Of course, it's pure hindsight. You know, that's the problem. But that's a drag. And I would say that the possibilities of coming back here and taking this out are slim and none. That's, I would say, clearly news. I should have. And I'm always regretful that I didn't front run it. Of course, you're always regretful when you're looking in the rearview mirror. But that would have been lovely, huh? I would be relatively certain that this break was a news related. You know, somebody said something. Here's our IB down below us here, remember, at 415. Let's see if we can pick up some news, something. Facebook's having a big problem. Well, that's no news that would be affecting this market. I don't think anybody gives two hoots what's happening to Facebook over here. Well, I'm sorry that I wasn't short on that. I almost was, but it just didn't fit my trade plan. Predestined, pre-planned trade plan. None of these are part of any plan, of course, because the idea is to retrace, the retrace. So, and here's the IB low. The theory is we're going to retrace up here, and then it's a short. Could be very, typically you want to get in between these two if it's to the downside or to the short side. Some people will only short at the 50%. That would have been when I was talking about going here, but I think I'm going to wait for the retest. What is that? 32.5 to 21, so 12 handles. And that's something that I need to figure out. I don't know. That would be a situation that I would need to set up a trading strategy in either IRT or if I get the additional lift on Edgeful, so that I can back test the difference between front running and the statistic. Because there's no current Edgeful statistic that tells you which way to go there. It says what the probability would be of if we break the low, how much the probability is, 43% to re-pull to here, based on 6 months of data, etc., yada, 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 right? And look at us go. Something that has happened a few times in these ORB sessions. I think I can show you that quickly. It's so handy, this tool. I tell you, I'm really impressed. So here's the ORB, Globex, and here's Asia. That was last night, huh? Here's where I went to bed. Oh, okay. They're going to do this, and then oftentimes we'll have a sell down, and then it'll reverse the other way, at least to the whole ORB range. Watch this. Again, sell down. Big move up. Sell down, kept going down. Bought up, kept going up and flat. Doesn't break out at all, which we've already done, stays flat. These are the kinds of things that I need to have data on that I don't know how to go about doing. Well, the POC's come down. So we're 24 handles wide, so that means that each one of those is 6 points. Each zone here is about 6 points. And we get up to the 25s, I'm going to have to think long and hard about a short, because that's what the data would suggest. I'm going to say the VPOC or the VWAP. And then that would be a, let's say 35.50. Let's get back over here to IRT and, I'm sorry, bookmap and the edge. And let's say 74, 35, let's say. So that would be the entry. 5 lots. Short. Uh, 74.35 and 74.38 is our hedge. Might take it up to 36 even, huh? Ooh, look at that. Are they going to go the other way with it now? Oh, wow. Already 36.
Order submitted.
There's 5. So 36 puts us at 39. So we want to hedge up here at 39 for 5 more. And we're going to go over here and we'll go to 39 and put the hedge. Oh, what happened there? Oh, that didn't work right. 1. 39.
Order submitted.
Okay, we didn't get in, did we? We didn't get filled. Boy, is that a pisser. Okay. 36, 39, and 39 on the hedge. Okay. And not filled. And I won't chase. This is kind of confusing looking at all these contracts out there, but that's what it's doing. Well, that's no good, huh? So do I take them off and cancel all? Do I leave them sit out there and C. That's a pretty dicey question there. Well, we still haven't gotten into a trade, and I'm thinking probably this price action is not particularly good here. That was a shame there. I think I'll cancel these orders now and see how it develops. That is going forward. Can always put them back out. So I'm going to cancel these orders. Low volume node here just above the VWAP on this trade. Let's see what happens here if we get pulled in. And this is also a function of the live market. Got to be careful what the fill is. Hey, Panda. I haven't been filled. Nothing's been filled yet, but I'm assuming that's going to happen for too long. That's pretty weird. Okay, so there's a 5 short. All right. So that's 5 filled. And now let's see if we can get some downward momentum or the hedge triggers, which is the stop. Hey, Panda. That I have all my ducks in a row here. The hedge is on at the right spot. That's correct. I have to be careful of that. Oh, this is wrong. Let's check something here. No, that's right. It's one lot. Why is this saying 5? I don't understand this here. This is pretty weird, actually. I'm not sure why it's printing that, to be honest with you. I would hope that it'll just break off in my direction and I won't have to worry about the triggering the hedge, but you never know. I'd be pretty disappointed if, for whatever reason, Bookmap won't execute this right. So there's the 25, there's the 50. I interpolated kind of in the middle there, but obviously not good enough. The last time, what's going on? Why won't that go in there? Okay, 39s. Last time I didn't get the full 5 add fill and the hedge didn't fire. Well, that was pretty exciting. So now we just see what happens. And I'm going to try to get these to the same 50-cent range, which is what they are now. Let's see, is everything happening right? Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, by the way. Got a 5 lot on here. Looking for the retrace. This was the retrace based on Edgeful and interpolated between the 25 and the 50. So we'll see what happens. Now we need a Trump dump. Now it should be pretty obvious, but Bookmap very clearly plots out the trade. There's the entry. These are the adds. This is the break even, you know. My targets would be the ORB low and ideally the IB low, which was never taken out today. But, you know, who knows? Here we are. This could be a problem because of this V reversal down here, but this would be the ORB low. You can also do something with this indicator. You can set up standard deviation or percentages of standard deviation as targets. I don't know that that's... I want to see the ORB low, which is 15. I'd like to see this. This I don't like up here. Notice the difference. Here's 33.5 is the POC for this particular session in the micro. Here we are is the POC for the mini at 34.75. I don't see how some people trade them. And they do. They trade them over each other, you know, like they'll watch the minis and trade the micros, but it's completely different, off, in my opinion. And what I'm going to do now, I think, is give this a little more room and then throw a stop and eliminate the hedge triggers, because it looks like it's going to go my way here for a while. Let's hope. So how I would do that then would be to fill along up here. And that's only for 5 contracts because, oh wait a minute, I screwed up. I want to do this right here. I want to cancel the orders and cancel this order, and then put the hedge in, and then put the close over here, which is going to be short long.
Order submitted.
Okay, that would be the stop. Now I can start trailing that up and, you know, following along. So the hedge wasn't triggered, and let's see if we can break down through at least the ORB low. That would be nice. We gotta see how the hell you move this thing. This confusing bunch of all the names up here are a little confusing. I'm going to pull this down to at least the 33s. The orb is, typically the orb low is the trigger, is the target. We'll see what happens.
Order submitted.
Okay, so we've locked in that many. Locked in 3. I'm going to keep trailing him rather than take it off with a hard target with a take profit and see if we can continue to milk this thing a bit. This open gave us a lot of trouble earlier this afternoon. And you can see where they jumped on it with a bunch of longs over here. We need a Trump dump. Come on, dude. Declare war on North Dakota or something. Come on. Something. A lot of volatility here all of a sudden. I'm not sure why. I think I'll pull these down. That open in this edge of this liquidity here has got him spooked, I think. Let's get down here.
Order submitted.
Just keep taking them down a point, I guess, until we get through that orb low, assuming that we do. That open is really boxing them in, isn't it? Come on, take that bottom out. What's the matter with you guys? Get out and push. What's the deal here? Everybody out. Everybody out of the car. There we go. Now that would be the typical target. But I'm going to keep going like this right here. I'm going to keep trailing it, and hopefully we'll get a big breakdown towards that IB.
Order submitted.
And maybe not. There we go. Well, all out at 30, so we're 6 handles in the money, $1.50 on 5 accounts. And you see how this is very clearly and cleanly graphed with no. This isn't working. Well, that's something new for me. The break-even line is not working here, and it has always worked before. Typically, as we took them off here. Oh, I didn't take any off. It's working perfect. Yeah, sorry about that. Had I taken half off, for example, down here, this line would have gone up here. The break-even would have gone way up. Okay, never mind. I was thinking, what the hell's the deal here? But that is the deal here. And now there's not another trade for me on this opening range breakout. That is pretty much textbook Edgeful by the data opening range breakout trade. And it may well continue to go clear down here, and I may be completely pissed and have, buyer's remorse up one side and down the other. Probably right now. But it is what it is. And I'm okay with 150 times 5. I mean, it is what I took it off at. I probably crowded it too closely, actually. Should have left it here because this was the pullback, right? And this was not. Now, again, we could have trailed it to here and then down we go. Typically, that's how you trail them. But a lot of people, I think, and I think the general idea is that you target the orb level. So I'm happy. I didn't have to manage my hedge, which is kind of disappointing because that's something I really need practice doing. I'm not that good at, and here was the hedge, was in place, it was not triggered, nor was the additional add. This would be the, where am I? This would be the hedge setup. There's the price. There's our number, and there's our add and our hedge. The reason for the add is it improves the entry position and is a square or a direct hedge, 1 mini to 10 micros. And the worst you're going to do is 6 ticks. And now it's going back up, and now I'm, so that's how the hedge would work. It's never, I want to emphasize 2 things. There will never be a playback or a recording. All trades are absolutely live, real time. Number 1. And number 2, I will never trade without a stop. The hedge philosophy simply replaces the stop at the exact stop location. In other words, the stop would have been here, 12 ticks, 3 points. 6 to 9, that's 3, the way I count them. Over here, there's the location. There's 12 ticks. And here's the entry, and here's the stop. Okay, but rather than a hard stop, this happens. We add 5, brings the improves the entry to here, to the 3750, and then the mini is on long. So that means that the maximum hedge is right here, 6 ticks. Fully hedged. And this price can go up and down and back and forth and all around, and it's always going to be 6 ticks. Simple. Times the number of contracts, of course, but that's what it is. Never ever will there be no hedge, no stop, and never ever would I ever move my stop away from, or hedge, away from entry. That's a disaster, recipe for disaster, my opinion. Okay, so that's there you go. Now I've had a good trade for the day, and the day's not a complete loss. And we'll get ready for the, at the top of the hour now, I'm going to roll this over. First, I better do a couple things that I always do here. So let's do that. For the sake of the stream, and for transparency and full accountability, we're going to do this right here. Okay. There's the trade. There's the entry to the millisecond. The complete results. Time to fill, the P&L, MFE, MAE, everything. The complete results of that trade. And here is the trade without question graphed and plotted out. So what I do now is I take a screen snap of that and I make sure to include, make sure to include, that wasn't any good. Make sure to include, I said. I didn't do that very well, did I? I need to make sure that I include this table and the bottom of the computer so we get the clock and everything else. And that's what we're going to try to do now. There we go. So there's the clock and the date and the whole shooting match. Even though we have the date and the clock and everything over there on this, we have the complete transfer. Look at, here we go. Look at this crap, huh? Wow. Somebody said something. Absolutely. Well, that's the Trump dump upside. Somebody turned Trump upside down. God damn it. This guy's he's all mixed up, this old fella. Wow. Well, I'm pretty glad I got out of that. My goodness. Yeah, that's news. Somebody quit, somebody signed something. We're going to have, everybody's going to get free money. Who the hell knows? Look at this. Clear out the top. This is the top, mind you. This is 25, this is 50, this is, oh, I'm sorry. This is 25, and the top is up here pretty quick. Wow. Wow, that's a big wow. Let's try to find out what happened. Let's all go to Electric Avenue. First of all, let's have a look over here. Look at this shit. Oops, look at this stuff. And let's try to figure out why. Yeah, you know, this is not just price action in the Globex, the lightest volume period of the day. Period. Oh, the U.S. House passed the affordable housing bill and sent it to Trump, and this is at 1826. Well, let's see here. That's 1845. That can't be it. Something else happened. And why would that throw this? Why would that throw the ES up through the moon? I don't think it would. Well, I have no other way of looking at numbers here. I have ground news, but it won't certainly be that close. Oh, they voted to limit his, this might have done it. They've limited his war powers. I don't think those will do it, though. I don't believe those would have that effect on the market. Let's see if Walter Bloomberg had something to say up here. Hold on. Let's see if Walter's got something going on up here. That's not Walter Bloomberg. Who the hell are you, woman? Walter Bloomberg, boom. No, his most recent post is 7 hours ago, so that's not a thing. I don't know. Well, there you go. I don't know. I'm honest, I don't know. I do know that it's just dancing around up here, and they didn't, yeah. They're doing the dance up here. Probably going to take out the high, which is upside down. Well, what it will do is it will change the dynamics of, no, it won't. It won't do anything because we've already set the orb and we've already taken it out. Never mind. So I don't know. My guess is that's news and got nothing to do with trading, but what do I know? Who do I know? All right, well, we're going to be tumbling into the Tokyo or the Asian pretty quick here, so welcome to the stream. This is my virtual trading journal. As you can see, I trade live, real-time here on Bookmap. I'm not doing any back or forward testing on IRT at this time. But were I to be doing that, for example, this initial balance, which is obviously RTH session, this forward testing would be in the simulated environment within IRT because I don't want it going out to the live account, live market. And here is what we're doing now. But this particular one doesn't trade. It only trades in the RTH session, which is where these zones are. So there you go. And I have no idea why that. I'm sure that was a news pop, but I have. Okay, good. So I'm sure. What? I think here's what I'm sure of, I guess. We're getting ready to turn over here at the top of the hour, about 9 minutes. And what will happen then is we will go from. My buddy. We'll go from this Asia, or I'm sorry, the Globex ORB, and Asia will start plotting right over here. And I'll change the dashboards around. Here's our dashboard for the first orb. And I'll change that to the second orb here. Ooh, wait a minute, what's that? Yeah. Oh, okay. Down here to the dashboard and turn that off. Disappears, okay. And then we're going to turn this one on. This will be Asia. And we'll see if we get any opportunities in Asia. Now it's going to be kind of confusing because the lazy puke that I am, I have not coded the indicators for these orb high and low and the resultant zones as I have for the initial balance. During the day, in the initial balance, there's the initial balance high and low, and then the 25 and 50 and the 25 from the bottom zones are all pushed over to Bookmap. But in this homework period that I've been doing for, just investigative period to see if there's any tradable, interesting opportunities in this session, these overnights or the orb and the Asia orb trades, I haven't bothered to do that. So I've been using these blue lines. And we have Blue Boy over here. Right there. And I didn't put the orb close right over here, which I should have done. Sorry about that. But what I'll do now that we're getting ready to flip is I'll remove the Asia orb lines because they're no longer applicable. And we'll see what happens with, I'm sorry, the Globex ORB lines. And then we'll see what happens with the Asia. Now, there we go. The only time that these lines are the trade plotting, graphing stuff is not visible, then they're never erased. But the only time they're not visible is if I turn off the trade control panel. If you're able to trade, these are visible and they come through on the replay and wherever else. So at 1900, at 1900, I'll put the orb start, and then we'll put the orb finish, and then I'll set up the zones just like before. And if I have some spare time before the next weekend, I'll try to code those up. I'm trying to think of the best way to do that. Actually, if I think about that a minute, here's the opening range high and the orbs, right? The zones. The problem is I've got these set to calculate opening range high, low from high, and then the percent of the range, and these are all percentages. But the problem is it's based on the opening range high and low. I mean the IB high and low. I need to make a similar set for the OB high and low, here and here. And as soon as Asia starts, here and here. I'm trying to think of an easy way to do that, and then I can push whichever it is to Bookmap. Bookmap doesn't have tools like that. That's kind of unhandy, but they don't. And you can see that I don't worry about all the bells and whistles and bullshit over here. All the matter of fact, for example, let's make this 100. And there's still no liquidity because it's so light, right? It's all in the 50s. This? No? Well, or we can do that. Then we can do this. You know, you can have all this liquidity floating around here. I just don't. Typically, I have it on 200 or 250 in the RTH session. That is probably kind of dumb because these evening sessions are all really low liquidity. So the Globex ORB is going to officially end here at 1900 when we will have Tokyo wake up and watch the volume perk up with Tokyo. Looky there. Open, down, and right back up where we started. Isn't that cute? And as soon as that opens, we'll start the same philosophy over again. We'll start drilling down from the wide, narrowing down the funnel in Edgeful. Keeping track of what's going on with the trading view indicator because that's so handy. And then we get an opportunity in Bookmap for another trade. And Blue Boy as always stays on. This is my original Blue Boy, which is on the first print of every session. This, intermediate stuff, that's why I remove them, erase them. These go back for months. If you don't believe me. Oh, there's one under here, I promise you. What's going on here? There we go. See all the different ones for the different sessions. So this is last night. God, this was the ORB. Then here's Asia, fires up, and I just watched this and I thought, well, okay, they're gonna keep doing this, and I went to bed right there. I shut things off and left the office, left the desk, and look at that. Look what I missed. That was like 70 handles, 100 handles or something. That was quite the oops. Definitely oops moment there. That was definitely an oops moment. Okay, so we're past 1900. That means that everybody's going to get excited in Tokyo. It looks like they're already getting that way. So here is there's the open. There's Tokyo, and there we go. Tokyo, Smokyo. Let's see what's going on over here. Well, there we go. They've popped out already. That's right. Here we go. And we have it plotting already 9 handles wide. I wish I knew what that news was. This bothers me when this kind of thing happens. This was not some crap about the Affordable Housing Act, I don't think. That wouldn't have any effect on the S&Ps. So now we can start the this is a hard session for me because I've been standing here since some mornings I have a 4:30 or 4 o'clock 4:30 wake-up call for Tam. Today I did not, but I was up at 5 or 5:30, and I've been in here for the RTH stream, which is every day. Every trading day is 7 hours. Now I'll be at this for another 3 or so. This is exactly what happened with Asia last night when I said, oh, screw it. This is going to flush around up here, and I'm tired, and I'm going to bed. And then no sooner did my butt clear the doorway, and they dropped it, 70 handles or something. So I don't know what to do about that. Basically just tired, in other words. That's a long way of saying I was tired. That's a long way of saying tired. Why isn't this showing 5 minutes over here? Well, we've just pushed a new low level on the IB or the ORB right here. What am I looking at right here? We've just pushed a new low. So at this moment, so far, the ORB high has formed first. And the ORB low is just extended right here. That's important with the data and in Edgeful. Which level formed first is important. So let's look at the data and start over. Well, we're not Chicago that anymore. Let's see if we're that. This ought to be UTC minus 5. I mean, it's okay if it's... No, it's not. Because this is UTC 4. This is 6 p.m. So this is some weird time. I don't know what. That isn't my... This is UTC minus 5. No, wrong. Wrong. Let's use this one. That's right for damn sure. So, what do we have going on? Well, it's bouncing all over the place and rocking. We haven't formed a... Let's see what we've got going on first and for days and stuff. It's Wednesday, that's tomorrow, that's right, in Asia. There's a 41% chance we single break, 15% chance we double break, or break down, and 36% we go up, and it's got the go up thing looking like it's really getting going. Seems to be going up pretty easily over here. Now we've put in a low first and then a new high, all with the same bar. But still, we put the low first and now we've put the high. So the low is formed first, so that's just flipped around again. I think I'm going to make sure I've got the right times and then trash all of these other zones that they come up with, all based in New York time, unfortunately. All these minus 4, UTC minus 4 is New York. Let's see if this is actually correct as far as it goes over there. So that's UTC +9, 8 o'clock. We can test that out real quick on over here. UTC +9. Tokyo. Boom. All right, now it's already immediately changed everything. So what have we got here? We've got 9 o'clock. So that's wrong. And this is 7 o'clock. So these are wrong everywhere. What I want here is, well, Asia 9 o'clock, or go back over here. Chicago. I want 1900 to say 2300. Try to make a new one of those and see what we do here. Let's call this what? Create a new custom session. Okay. Got a lot of them here. Let's call it Chicago, Tokyo, Asia. So this is 1900. Where'd you go? 1900. Let's call it, I don't know, 2300, 2100. That would be 9 o'clock. Let's see what happens with 2030. That's typically when I quit. We could stretch it to probably 21. And I'll explain my thinking here. I don't want to have a session that let me show you on Trading Views, but probably better. Okay, here's Tokyo. Here's the entire Asia session right here, right? Well, here's the opening range, and then here's about 9:30. 8:30, 9. Okay, I don't want to be awake until 4 o'clock in the morning, or think about a trade until 4 o'clock. So I'm going to shut this off at 9 o'clock, which is about 2100, somewhere around here, which is right there. Now, that still is about what I did yesterday and still pissed me off because look at the big sell-off. I don't know what to do, frankly. I'm trying to be realistic. And the reason I'm trying to cut these short is I want to know the probability of breaking the orb high or low in this time frame, not this time frame. I think that's a rational way to look at it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, by golly. So let's go back here. Go up here and see our brand new Asia 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. UTC 5. What happens? Failed the fetch. Doesn't work. And where it's going to be failed is by the weekday. Watch this. The standard, it'll be fine. by weekday. That's the same problem I had with the Chicago Globex. Let's get this failed to fetch every time. Oh, that's also can also be. Let's look at years. Well, it doesn't want to do that at all, does it? Let's try this one. Well, now it works. Oh, because it went back to New York. Let's try Asia. Well, that one doesn't work. So much for that logic. Well, I guess we can do this one here, which is Asia, 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Now, what's the difference, huh? 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. 7 p.m. Oh, this is UTC 5, and this is UTC 4. That's the difference. Well, let's see if I can change that to UTC 5. Because this is based on New York. So this would be 6 our time, not 7. Which is nothing, as far as I know. This is essentially what I just got through doing over here, except I have it 9 p.m. Well, let's make it something else. Let's see what happens if we push it out 10 o'clock. Beats me. Oh, this is bullshit. I don't know what's going on here. Well, there's another alternative, and that is to go up here, which is 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. UTC. Okay, let's look at that one. Can I edit that? I don't guess once they're made you can edit them. I was going to change this to UTC 5, but doesn't seem like I can do that. Well, that sucks. Okay, anyway. I seem to only be able to edit this last one here. Oh no, I guess I can edit these up here. Sure I can. Okay, here we go. Asia Globex, 7 to 9 in the morning, Tokyo time. Where's that one I was just looking at? I don't think I have all of them here, do I? Let's cancel. I'm not seeing this one. Asia ET, Eastern Time, 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. That's 6 to 3 over here. I'm not seeing that anywhere near. Let's see about this. No, I only see a limited list. Well, let's go 7 to 4. And that better plot, or something's extremely wrong. 1900 to 0400. Because it would be 0400. There we go. Yeah, it likes that one. I think it's got something to do with crossing over. When you're looking at weekdays, it has to do with crossing over midnight or the days, right? Which screws me up because I'm not interested in trading something past 4 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, let's just shut up and go ahead. Yeah. Ugh. So, breakout, breakdown, double breaks. 6 months, MES, Wednesdays. Let's look at the rejections. High formed first, low formed first. Well, what did form first? I'm gonna say that it was the low that formed first now, because here's the orb low, and this is obviously the new high, higher than here. So it's going to be the low that formed first, which means we're over here, meaning that the first break would be the orb high, 87%, and that makes perfect sense, except I didn't do this. I gotta get these back to 0. And it's Wednesday, so that's okay. Yeah, so this is where we'll sit until we have the ending zone, or until some craziness happens and it flips the switch again. Remember, if this comes chugging down through here and puts in a new low, now the high will have formed first. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go scrounge up some tea. Wish I had a bottle of wine. Shit. Sorry about that. I've been talking to the mute, I guess. Well, never mind. Oh, this is Tuesday night. Well, got 20 more minutes for this one to set up. I'm not thinking I'm going to do anything here because I am pretty tired. And I've got the satisfying trade-off on the Globex. We'll see how it sets up here, but we'll still set it up. But I'm just not, not excited. I'm not over the moon about taking a trade here now. I'm going to put the low down here because that's low down. So far the high is set. Don't know whether it's going to stay there or not, but you never know. And we still have 20 minutes to go on the clock before the orb is in place. So there's a lot of room to move in that period of time. And there's, you don't have to use 1 hour orb periods. I do, because I like the opening, the IB, same idea. I mean, you can do 30 minutes, 1 minute, whatever you want to do. But you need to vet whatever time frame you use. I'll leave the stream running tonight until I really am headed for the rack, because had I had the stream up and running and saw that big sell-off going on, I'd have thrown on a short, probably. I'm not saying that would happen again, but I don't want to have a situation where I don't take some anomaly like that, trade on some anomaly, because I don't have the stream running, and that would violate my commitment. So it'll be the last thing I turn off will be the stream. The software, Bookmap and IRT, they're not going to shut down until tomorrow, tomorrow at 1600. So that would all be captured in the software, but that the commitment is to take live trades on the stream, not just on the platform, obviously. So that's that. Well, 15 minutes here pretty quick. That orb trade, the Globex flies by. That first hour just zips by. This one just drags. I guess it's because I'm wearing down. We go again with the orb high breakout. If the orb high is formed first, that is so weird to me. It seems to happen every time I use this. Now let's watch this. 80% first break orb high. Let's go up here to Asia instead, which is essentially the same freaking time that I've got down here, only it's UTC 9 instead of 5. Okay, pretty much the same idea, but it's instead of 80, it's 55%. It is an hour earlier because this one would be wherever I went. This is 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. And this is Asia. But not by much, it's only 5%. Let's see if we break this just under the 12 o'clock, if that makes a difference. I bet it does. I'll bet you that if we just bring this right down under make it 1 o'clock. Oh, wait a minute. Going the wrong way. I need to get down here to 11:30 or 12. I'm looking at the wrong part of town. There we go. 23:55. Oh, I can't just jump over. I've got to get back up here to 1. Okay. Well, that makes sense, I guess. So let's just go 5 minutes past 12. Yeah. It's that just got to cross the 12 o'clock period in order to not have that fail to fetch crap. Let's see. Let's try to push our luck a little bit more. Oops. Let's see what happens if I shut it down to now. If I bring it down to 19 to say 23. To 20. Let's try 22 again and see what happens. Oh, now it's working. There's got to be something to do with the way it's pulling the data, because now it's 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Let's see if I can get it even right where I want it, which is 2100, say 9 o'clock. Maximal. Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, that's cool. That's fine with me. By rejection, but what happens on the by day of the week? Ooh, that was stupid. Now it's going to say can't fetch. God dang it. I was testing the wrong report. Gonna say failed to fetch, exactly. So let's punch this open again and get to just over 12 o'clock, or just cross over midnight. 5 o'clock, there we go. Yeah, it works. So the weekday, the minute you cross midnight, the weekday thing works. Okay, so we're about ready to have our zones in here, it looks to me like. So what are we going to have for our zoneronies? Well, we've got 60 and 43 quarter. So we got 74.60. and 74, 43 quarter. So we've got a 16 and 3/4 point range. Is that right? Let's see. It is. Wasn't that cute? All right. So we've got 74, 55, 75. $51.75. $47.5. All right, there are the zones. And where are we going to close? At the moment, we're going to be in the 50 to 75 zone, which is not good, actually. So as soon as we have the closing zone, or the ending zone, I'll put that data in Edgeful, and we'll be off and running. It won't be data until we've closed this orb. Another candle to go, I believe. The way these are assigned for anybody that's new, the first formed level is important in many Edgeful reports. So the way you do this is you go opposite the first formed level, which is here, and you go 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. Obviously, if it flipped around, it'd be the other way. And the way it's determined is the closing price of the last candle within the opening range zone designates, wherever it's located is the ending zone percentage that you use. And that's going to happen here pretty darn quick. And this ending zone data percentage has a real impact on the probability and which way it's going to go, whether it's the low or the high. Whether you're going high or low, and what the probabilities are. That's quite an impact. It's pretty amazing. Well, it's surprising to me, like the days of the week. We did the same thing with the Globex here, where we just fluffed around, and I had to actually zoom in to see where the hell the thing was. About 30 seconds here or so, 35 seconds. Wherever this closes, this candle closes, that's the zone we're going to put into Edgeful. And looks to me like, whoa, 5 seconds, going to be up there in the, now it's going to close there. We'll open the new one. There we go. So this is the closing zone. This level was formed first. I was formed second. So this is the 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50, 75, 75 to 100. The closing zone is 25 to 50. So we jump over to the data deal here and get down to the rejection real quick like a bunny, and then put in the closing zone data, and there's 25 to 50 right there. And there we go. Now, the low was formed first. We have a 66% probability we're going to take out the high, 33% we're going to take out the low. On Wednesday, for this, wrong. We got to change this because it's now this is Wednesday's trade. This is another thing I got to think about. Let's look at what happens here. We're actually trading for Wednesday. Okay, now it's 50 and 33. So this is Wednesday's trade that we're doing now. And so I'm going to make this Wednesday like I had it. And 66% probability we're going to take the high because the opening range low was put in first. So assuming we're going to break the high, what is the retracement going to be? Well, if we break out to the high side, which is what they call a breakout, with all this stuff being the same, "61%, 62% probability we're going to pull back to the 25% zone, 38 back to the 50." Pretty much the same as the earlier one. In other words, if we break out the high, 62% probability we're going to pull back to the 25 zone. 38% probability we'll pull back to the 50. Just that it's simple. I will not be front running it at all because it's a slim, it's only a 50% or 60% probability that we'll take the high first. And so I will want to see the high broken and then the retracement before I would entertain a trade up front. Especially the fact that I've got a good trade in the books. So let's do this again. You see there's a 66% probability we're going to first break the high. 33% we're going to break the low. Well, right now we've got 25 and there's 50. Right now we're between 50 and 75%. There's the low. 25, 50, 75, 1. Yep. And we have crossed the Great Divide, boys and girls. Let's slap a vertical line over here so I don't get lost again. There is the orb. $19 to $20 right there. There we are, and there are the zones. And we're pulling through 75, looking lower. I'm not at all upset about that. I've got the zones in there, right? Oh yeah, we're going to go down. Where's the hell did it go? There we are. So here we are. Now, if it breaks the orb low first, we can play with this data a little bit again. The probability of breaking the orb low first is only 33%. But let's imagine that we do. In the event that we do, this is a breakdown, then there's a 70 or 69% probability we will retrace from the low back to the 25 and 46% to the 50. And we just had a VPOC migration south. Put something south in your mouth. Interesting. Interesting. This is exactly, well, it's not exactly, but this is what happens in this Asia one is I'm running out of gas here. I'm looking at the bottom of the hour thinking I'm going to wind the stream off. I waited till around 9 o'clock last night, and no sooner did I walk out of the out of the office here than it just dumped 60 or 70 or 100 handles or whatever the hell it was. Well, we don't need the orb start here. That can go away. We've got our zones. They're important. Don't actually need the closing zone here because it's not, we know that it is a thing, right? The zone's the most important at this point. We've only, just to get ahead of things here, kind of, this is investing.com. We've got one report tomorrow that's meaningful. It's a new home sales. It's a 3-star. Otherwise, it's a pretty short day for reports. Who knows geopolitically, anything can happen. But and Thursday is going to be a big day for reports because it's got GDP, durable goods, jobless claims, PCE. And then Friday we've got Michigan stuff. And who the hell knows what's going to, geopolitical. The world's being driven by the geopolitical stuff, and it should be, actually. We're at war, for Christ's sake. Now, remember that 5 months ago, there was no war. There was no problem in the Straits of Hormuz. There was no issue in the Arab states. There were no shortages of fertilizer or helium. Oil was flowing, no problem. Natural gas is flowing, no problem. And then what? Then a couple of fellas decided they were going to go bomb Iran and start a war. And they did. And now, billions of dollars later, maybe it's going to be fixed. Maybe it's not. How long will it take to come back to normal? Nobody really knows, but estimates are at least 2 to 6 months. I wish people would remember that. Because, because. And also remember that about a year ago or something, America also bombed Iran and, quote, the president, we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. So why did we just go start a war 3 months ago? It's worth thinking about, isn't it? I do. Well, we're about 15 minutes in. I am definitely not going to be taking any trades at this point. We have it broken out, so there is no setup or trigger. I'm going to start thinking about what I need to do to get the chores and things done around here. Yeah. Nice trade with the Globex. That was a nice trade. And we shall see what tomorrow brings. I guess I have to say that there is interesting opportunity in these sessions. I don't know about this Asia one simply because I'm running out of gas. But there's not going to be any way I can stop the early morning extravaganza. I suppose that I could do something like a limited RTH stream and do it in the RTH1, for example, session, and then, take a break and lay down or whatever, get some rest ahead of this evening one. But that seems that doesn't seem very right. We have not broken either the IB high or the IB low. These are the retracement specs or stats based on either one of those. Breakout is to the long side for the high, and break it down is to the orb low or the short. Right now we're just hammering to 50%. And if you're wondering why the mid here is above the 50% line, this is the 50% line for this Asia orb. This is the 50% line over the entire trade so far. This is actually for the Globex, or from the previous RTH session. So. But, you know, that's the mid, and then there's the RTH VWAP, and down here is the Globex. And the same case with the Globex POC and the RTH POC. I think they're going to mess around and take out the low. Look at the VWAP down there. They get down to that VWAP, the RT or the Globex VWAP, and they're liable to. They don't have far to go to take that orb low. Mm-mm, 10 minutes to the bottom of the hour or so. No, I didn't think of something. I wonder if later. Yeah, so this is Wednesday. It's Tuesday. Okay. Ooh, look at us go. There is something newsy woozy there. We're gonna take there's the VWAP, and here comes the orb low. How low can she go? Bang, there we are. So now the orb low has been taken out. And if you don't believe me, oh, look here. Oh, look here. What happened? Well, I must have my orb off, because here I am, and there's the orb. So what is this at? 43.25. 43.25. Well, that sure as hell looks to me like it went through there. Now it's going to anyway, but I mean, okay. Call me a liar for yeah, there we go. Now the low's broken. Now it picked it up. Over here. 16.75 points. So each one of these is only 4 points. Front running is not a good idea. Now, if you wanted to be a retracement Edgeful trading hound dog, you would, the way I approach this one is when it breaks the low, typically I take the 50. I want the 50 to be retraced. In this case, when it's, especially when it's on its head, we were supposed to have taken the IB high. That was the first probability. Now we've taken out the IB low. I want to see, let's see where we are. Hold on. Okay, so we've done this right here. Retracement. So 68% we're going to go to 25. 50% we're going to go to the 50. That's pretty damn good odds to get back up here. And I wouldn't consider anything, what am I? And to be honest with you, another 24%, we're going to get to the 75 line. I'm happy with the trades I have. We're breaking out the bottom and we're not retracing. So, I mean, I'm happy with the trade I took times 5. Because remember, that's copied to 5 accounts. So that makes this technique for experimenting, developing a strategy like the hedge or keeping your ultimate risk management, but still profitability and payouts. There's a lot to be said for working these prop firms right. I don't know how to do it really. I've never done it. I have my own live account, whatever. But there's some people that play these things like a damn Calliope, man, and they make good money at it. And obviously, the only thing you're out is your investment, especially now. When I first started this thing with Top Step 10 years ago or more, it was about $200 for a combine, $50K, and you had to pass it twice. You passed the first time, and then you passed the second time. And the difference was there was a scaling, so you could take 5 contracts or whatever it was, or 5 minis the first go around, and then the second go around you had to scale and all that stuff. Both combines went to $3,000, and you paid every month that $200 or whatever it was, that thing. Nowadays, it's one shot and done, and one-time payment. So really big difference development in this whole hedge fund space or prop space. I don't think they're really prop firms. I think it's more, I guess you are trading their money, so it is technically a prop firm. I was going to say it's more of a evaluation kind of thing. I don't know. And it's a Ponzi scheme, right? Obviously, the money that they pay you, me, is taken from other people's monthly, combine fees or whatever it is. And that's where the money comes from. They don't pony up out of their pocket. You can bet on that. Once you trade live, it's a different story. You're trading their account, you're trading live, and you got all the same rules as any other prop guy. Same as I have in my AMP account right over here, only I don't have to listen to anybody, or I have no rules other than what I want to have. And, margin and that stuff, but there's none of this, if I want to like this consistency rule, if I got on that big long short last night and made $10,000, I could withdraw $5,000 or as much as I wanted to in 10 minutes. So there's a lot of ups and downs to both sides of it. But the reason I went to the Lucid story was to de-risk past, and how can you de-risk past 2 micros? You can't, I don't think. If you know a way, let me know. But anyway, and I can trade size, right? 5 micros and 1 mini, or 10 micros and 1 mini, hedging, but 5 micros on. I could actually take more than that. And copied to 4 other accounts. So essentially, this is $780 or $50 or something like that trade tonight. And then you can get paid out for that stuff. All of them. So pretty good. That's, you know, and the only way you're going to trade your account and have any kind of performance like that is a large enough account, and there's no copy trading, there's no anything else. The only way you're going to have a similar performance on your account is to size up, and then you've got that risk because it's your account. The risk with the prop firm is you've got what you paid for the evaluation, and you go get another one tomorrow. So that's it, boys and girls, and we're at 25 minutes past the hour. I am probably going to, well, here we are back at the 50. So my wish came true. We broke out the low, we've retraced to the 50. If I was not pretty complacent with the trade that I have in the books already, this would be the short. And that's a problem because it's upside down. One of the things with Edgeful that I haven't figured out yet, if it's there somewhere, the only way that I know that there are targets to kind of suggest the direction is this levels report. In other words, here we are at the mid. Well, that's not current, but here we are at the VWAP. That's not current either. Shit, these are both levels from the RTH session. So we're past 50%. Go short. What's to say that you're going to exceed the bottom here? Typically, the target would be the low. Now, there is a whole other idea with this 25% retracement where you target levels past the low. Another one to remember is there's a probability of, 50% that you're going to retrace to the 50, and that's exactly what we did. Well, if you're down here and you get long, mean reversion, it's exactly the same as going this way. The risk to reward is exactly the same. In fact, you could have a much less risk to reward because you could put your stop down here, below these lows. So you have a very small risk to reward potential back to the 50. I think that mean reversion is probably a good way to go. And look at what we're doing now. Basically what we did earlier. Had I shorted right up here at 52s, for example. 52s. Well, we're at 49s. Let's just see. Hypothetically, let's see. Let's pretend we shorted the 52s. And while we're pretending that, I'm going to start getting organized for what I got to do around here before we close up shop and head for bed and do all those wonderful things. In case you're going to drop away, I really appreciate coming by the stream. Be sure you tune in tomorrow every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market and then the entire RTH session. This is my virtual trading journal, and I trade live. You just witnessed that. It's in this stream. It is not for financial or trade advice, but it is my trade journal. So how can I not have live trades in it? And I have a commitment to never take trade off the stream and never to, put any of this insulting, bogus crap about replays and videos and, oh, I got long here because I saw this and I got short down here. It just makes me sick. I think it's really disappointing. But a lot of people get away with it and do really well, and they get paid a lot of money from YouTube, so it's good for them. I'm not that slick, I guess. So 52s, and we're at 49s. There's 3 points. We'll see. I'll leave it at 52 there and leave the crosshairs there, and I'm going to go roam around here and see what I got to do. I'm going to leave this run just to see where we go here while I get all the chores done and everything. Doing nothing here, huh? Well, what did I miss? Doesn't look like anything. So I'll cap this off the top of the hour or whenever I get through. I'm going to do some homework here. So, yeah, I'm going to cap this off the top of the hour. As far as the stream goes, obviously, Bookmap and IRT will keep running until 1600 tomorrow. But thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate it very much. We got 10 minutes here, so no problem. All right, we're going to wrap this up here pretty quick. The top is the top of the hour, and who knows what they're going to do with it, like they did last night. You know, they did a similar thing like this, and then the minute I turned my back, they dove it a zillion, well, night before last, okay? Right there, they did that last night. And then here's today, and here we are now. So who knows what they're going to do. But I know I'm not going to stay up and wait. We got to be up for the stream tomorrow morning early. Remember that we've got some reports now. The top of the hour. Top of the hour. Tomorrow we've got new home sales at 9 o'clock. So, and then who knows what's going to happen with the geopolitical story. All right, got about a minute and a half. There's a trade tonight. I had the hedge set up at the stop. It was not triggered. I put the trailing stop in here when we came through 5 points or so. When we got to the stop size, I put on the trailer and trailed it down here until it was taken out, and I'm pretty glad about that because look what happened right after that. So yeah, there we go, and we're going to be done here in about another 30 seconds. Of course, the stream will the machines will continue to run. I'm just going to shut the stream down and get set up for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 8:08 Central Standard Time. Do the pre-market and all of that, and then we'll take it from the open, and away we go for the entire cash market until 1500. So have yourself a great evening, the rest of it. Be sure to get away from the screens. Remember that you are the most valuable piece of equipment in your trading desk. And you need to be well rested, well hydrated, take care of yourself. If you're on emotional tilt when you come to your office in the morning, throw the mouse out the window. Make sure you got a grip on yourself. That's the key. And I will be calling this one right